agak bingung ngisi ini. Ini wajib loh. Aduh, kok kedengeran amat sih?
Lampung, the treasures of Sumatra, is a province in Indonesia well known as a gateway to the Sumatra Island. Having a total area of 35,587 km square with 2 municipalities and 13 districts, Lampung province offers amazing cultural attractions, extraordinary natural beauties, and promising business opportunities. Education in Lampung province is extensively growing and colored by the existence of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the university which has been awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, Webometric Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, and Unirank. Located strategically in the heart of Bandar Lampung as business city, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia offers 3 faculties and 13 study programs. Faculty of Engineering and Computer Sciences with 7 study programs. Electrical Engineerings, Civil Engineerings, Computer Engineerings, Information Technology, Informatics, Information System, and Accounting Information System. Faculty of Economics and Businesses with 2 study programs, Management and Accounting. Faculty of Arts and Educations with 4 study programs, English Literature, English Educations, Mathematics Educations, and Physical Education. Our vision is to be the excellent university in Sumatra with international standard and to be able to play the active roles in nation buildings through the 3 pillars of higher educations, comprising teaching, research, and community services. We believe that education is the key to the advancements of a nation, and we commit to develop future leaders through quality character educations. This commitment leads to immense positive responses and trust from public, which is marked by the increasing admission from year to year. In Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the students are actively directed to task-based and project-based learning, from hatching ideas and systems to creating products and services that benefit the communities. The students are prepared to face the challenges of globalizations and the current trend of workforce demand through the use of digital technology integrated in learning process, supported by advanced facilities such as laboratories, auditoriums, sports centers, students' hall, smart classroom, integrated academic information system, online learning platforms, studios, and Wi-Fi connected areas. We provide a learning studio that is functioning multi-purposefully to create students' teaching materials, to host podcasts inviting successful alumni and outstanding students, and to host virtual international conferences. For students, this e-learning studio support micro-teaching courses in creating digital learning materials and tutorial for future teachers, English for journalism courses in creating news production portfolio, and digital marketing courses in creating digital product promotions, and many more. Our students have achieved numerous national and international awards in student exchange, robotic competitions, computer design and programming competitions, English public speaking championships, scientific papers, business challenges, culture and art festivals, and sport tournaments. To support the internationalizations of the institution, national and international partnerships to the top universities around the world are established and expanded. Through the international office, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia is proud to invite visiting lecturers from national and international partner universities and to collaborate for international student mobility, internship, joint research and publications, and joint community services. Our outstanding quality of education is recognized by National Accreditation Board of Higher Education by obtaining Baik Sekali or Excellent Level in Institutional Accreditation. Further, we are awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, Webometric Rank, and UniRank. Our graduates have already pursued their career prospectively in numerous sectors in government offices and multinational companies. Many of them also build their own creative businesses and directly impact the community around them. Come and be part of us, the growing campus of Champion, ASEAN's best private university, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. Lampung, the Treasures of Sumatra, is a province in Indonesia well known as a gateway to the Sumatra Island. Having a total area of 35,587 kilometers square with 2 municipalities and 13 districts, Lampung Province offers amazing cultural attractions, extraordinary natural beauties, and promising business opportunities. Education in Lampung Province is extensively growing and colored by the existence of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the university which has been awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, Webometric Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, and Unirank. Located strategically in the heart of Bandar Lampung as business city, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia offers 3 faculties and 13 study programs. Faculty of Engineering and Computer Sciences with 7 study programs. Electrical Engineerings, Civil Engineerings, Computer Engineerings, Information Technology, Informatics, Information System, and Accounting Information System. Faculty of Economics and Businesses with 2 study programs, Management and Accounting. Faculty of Arts and Education with 4 study programs, English Literature, English Educations, Mathematics Educations, and Physical Education. Our vision is to be the excellent university in Sumatra with international standard and to be able to play the active roles in nation buildings through the 3 pillars of higher education, comprising teaching, research, and community services. We believe that education is the key to the advancements of a nation, and we commit to develop future leaders through quality character educations. This commitment leads to immense positive responses and trust from public, which is marked by the increasing admission from year to year. In Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the students are actively directed to task-based and project-based learning, from hatching ideas and systems to creating products and services that benefit the communities. The students are prepared to face the challenges of globalizations and the current trend of workforce demand through the use of digital technology integrated in learning process, supported by defense facilities such as laboratories, auditoriums, sports centers, students' hall, smart classroom, integrated academic information system, online learning platforms, studios, and Wi-Fi connected areas. We provide a learning studio that is functioning multi-purposefully to create students' teaching materials, to host podcasts inviting successful alumni and outstanding students, and to host virtual international conferences. For students, this e-learning studio support micro-teaching courses in creating digital learning materials and tutorial for future teachers, English for journalism courses in creating news production portfolio, and digital marketing courses in creating digital product promotions, and many more. Our students have achieved numerous national and international awards in student exchange, robotic competitions, computer design and programming competitions, English public speaking championships, scientific papers, business challenges, culture and art festivals, and sport tournaments. To support the internationalizations of the institution, national and international partnership to the top universities around the world are established and expanded. Through the international office, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia is proud to invite visiting lecturers from national and international partner universities and to collaborate for international student mobility, internship, joint research and publications, and joint community services. Our outstanding quality of education is recognized by National Accreditation Board of Higher Education by obtaining baik sekali or excellent level in institutional accreditation. Further, we're awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, Webometric Rank, and Unirank. Our graduates have already pursued their career prospectively in numerous sectors in government offices and multinational companies. Many of them also build their own creative businesses and directly impact the community around them. Come and be part of us, the Green Campus of Champion, ASEAN's best private university, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. Lampung, the Treasures of Sumatra, is a province in Indonesia well known as a gateway to the Sumatra Island. Having a total area of 35,587 kilometers square with 2 municipalities and 13 districts, Lampung province offers amazing cultural attractions, extraordinary natural beauties, and promising business opportunities. Education in Lampung province is extensively growing and colored by the existence of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the university which has been awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, Webometric Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, and Unirank. Located strategically in the heart of Bandar Lampung as business city, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia offers 3 faculties and 13 study programs. Faculty of Engineering and Computer Sciences with 7 study programs. Electrical Engineerings, Civil Engineerings, Computer Engineerings, Information Technology, Informatics, Information System, and Accounting Information System. Faculty of Economics and Businesses with 2 study programs, Management and Accounting. Faculty of Arts and Education with 4 study programs, English Literature, English Educations, Mathematics Educations, and Physical Education. Our vision is to be the excellent university in Sumatra with international standard and to be able to play the active roles in nation buildings through the 3 pillars of higher education, comprising teaching, research, and community services. We believe that education is the key to the advancements of a nation, and we commit to develop future leaders through quality character educations. This commitment leads to immense positive responses and trust from public, which is marked by the increasing admission from year to year. In Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the students are actively directed to task-based and project-based learning, from hatching ideas and systems to creating products and services that benefit the communities. The students are prepared to face the challenges of globalizations and the current trend of workforce demand through the use of digital technology integrated in learning process, supported by advanced facilities such as laboratories, auditoriums, sports centers, students hall, smart classroom, integrated academic information system, online learning platforms, studios, and Wi-Fi connected areas. We provide a learning studio that is functioning multi-purposefully to create students' teaching materials, to host podcasts inviting successful alumni and outstanding students, and to host virtual international conferences. For students, this e-learning studio support micro-teaching courses in creating digital learning materials and tutorial for future teachers, English for journalism courses in creating news production portfolio, and digital marketing courses in creating digital product promotions and.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the opening ceremony within 5 minutes. Please turn on the camera on.
progress.
Nanti kan udah seperti itu.
Welcome to the first International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICECS 2022, Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Universitas Teknokrat, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen of the opening ceremony, you are pleased to turn on your camera and mute your microphone. The opening ceremony, the first International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICECS 2022, Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Universitas Teknokrat, Indonesia, with the theme, The Use of Innovative Technology in Accelerating Problem Sustainable Development, December 13, 2022, is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, you are pleased to sit still and firm for our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. The Honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Soros Abul Fatih of University of Warwick. The Honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdul Rahni of University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The Honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Science Dedi Darwis of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, Dr. Haji Muhammad Nasrullah Yusuf SA MBA, on this occasion represented by the Vice Rector of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, Dr. Haji Mahathir Muhammad SAMM.
Progress.
The Honorable presenters, lecturers, and all audiences, very good morning. Tabi pun. Praise to the Almighty God of His blessing and mercy, we could come together at Zoom meeting in healthy conditions and with no obstacle at the opening ceremony of International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science ICCS 2022, December 13, 2022. Before we start the conference, let us pray together. Pray will be led by Galang Satriatama SPD. To Galang, you are pleased.
Kak, tolong Kak, bisa ambilin headset Bibi, tolong.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment, pray to God, to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our conference today can be precious to all of us. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya dzal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil awalin wal akhirin wa barik wa sallim wa radhiyallahu ta'ala an kulli sahabati Rasulillahi ajmain. Hamda syakirin hamdan naimin hamda yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafiru mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa adhimi sultanik. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shaghira. Ya Allah, in this virtual meeting today, Tuesday, December 13, 2022, we gather here to bring about an international conference on engineering and computer science 2022, with the theme, the use of innovative technology in accelerating problem-sustainable development. Ya Allah, please make this seminar as a medium of sharing ideas, knowledge, and experiences for all of us. May the seminar we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, develop our potency to reach international relation, and lead us to be successful and competent person. Ya Allah, please open our minds and give us brilliant ideas to build the nation's economic strength. Ya Allah, please guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the lights of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. Ya Allah, please protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Rabbana anfusana wa ilam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Galang Satria Tama SPD. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you an additional information for presenters. Please rename the username with the format room number and name. For example, room 001 _ Novia Utami. Now we will hear report speech from the chairperson International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science ICECS 2022, Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, Mrs. Arniza Fitri ST MSc PhD. On this occasion, represented by the Vice Chairman ICECS 2022, Mr. Ahmad Jayadi, Eskom MCS. To Mr. Ahmad Jayadi, Eskom MCS, you are pleased to deliver your speech.
The Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, Dr. Haji Mahathir Muhammad SEMM, Keynote Speaker, Dr. Soros Abol Fatih from University of Warwick, United Kingdom, Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdul Rahni from the National University of Malaysia, Dr. Science Dedi Darwis from the Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, all presenters, participants, and audience, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun. Dear conference participants, on behalf of the organizing committee as well as members of the conference committee, we cordially welcome you to the first International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science 2022. We are very pleased with the participation of various local and international research institutes and universities. ICECS with the term "The Use of Innovative Technology in Accelerating Problem Sustainable Development" is a forum for researchers to present their research result in the field of informatics, electrical engineering, civil engineering, and related fields. We hope this conference will create opportunities for more research collaborations and networking. We would also like to acknowledge our keynote speakers, Dr. Soros Abol Fatih from the School of Engineering, University of Warwick, United Kingdom, Dr. Asrani Aizuddin bin Abdul Rahni from the Department of Electrical, Electronic, and System Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Science Dedi Darwis from the Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. This conference is expected to be a forum for discussion between students, lecturers, practitioners, and academics regarding current issues in the field of informatics, electrical engineering, and civil engineering. For the report, this conference was attended by 41 presenters from 7 countries: Malaysia, the United Kingdom, India, Benin, Nigeria, Germany, and Indonesia. We hope that conference discussions will offer alternative approach to solving these problems, particularly regarding civil engineering, electrical engineering, and informatics. In closing, I'm very pleased to welcome all participants and presenters. I hope that this event will be a great experience and will further encourage advanced research in engineering and technology. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Jayadi, for the speech. Next, welcome address from Rector of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, Dr. Haji Muhammad Nasrullah Yusuf, SA MBA. On this occasion, represented by the Vice Rector of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. To Dr. Haji Mahathir Muhammad, SAMM, your please.
To the honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Saras Abofati, University of Warwick, United Kingdom, Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdurrani from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Science Dedi Darwis MCom from Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. Dear speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabik pun. On behalf of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, I would like to welcome all keynote speakers, presenters, and participants to the first International Conference on Engineering and Computer Sciences, held virtually by us, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. First of all, allow me to introduce Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. Teknokrat was established in 1987 and transformed into university in 2017. Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia is a private university in Lampung, the capital city of Lampung province, which is home to around 10 million people. Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia has around 7,000 students, and of course, our 250 academic staff in 3 faculties: the Faculty of Engineering and Computer Sciences, the Faculty of Arts and Education, and the Faculty of Economics and Businesses. Our visions is to become a leading institution in education, research, and community services with national and international recognitions. Currently, we are ranked First is the 10th best Asian private universities by Asian Upper Higher Rank 2022. Second is we got the best Indonesian private higher educations by Impact Rank Webometric in July 2022. Third is we got the third best Indonesian private university by 4ICU Unirank July 2022. And also we got the second best private university in Sumatra by Universitas Indonesia Green Metric 2022. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this summer is a forum to exchange knowledge and informations, report on research as well as policies over the issues related to engineering and computer sciences. Technology has developed rapidly in the recent decades. The role of engineering and technology is a very important to boost the economy and human welfare. However, the recent innovations of technology should go along with the concern of sustainable development goals. Our innovations do not only take into account the needs of the present, but also for our beloved future generations. Therefore, we should encourage all necessary actions to support green and clean technology to improve the quality of human life. Advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, blockchains, robotics, Internet of Things, and cloud computing are expected to increase jobs productivity in the present time and also in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we certainly need to respond to these challenges. Currently, we encourage the lecturers and our students in campaigning metaverse, 3D printing, augmented virtual reality, and also robotics for educations. We also support research and innovations on green and clean energy management systems, and also we hold an expo annually to showcase the projects completed by lecturers and students over the semesters. This conference is expected to be a forum for us to discuss among scholars, students, and practitioners to address the current issues in the fields of informatics, electrical engineering, and civil engineering. We hope that outcome of the conference will offer alternative approaches in solving the current global issues. Therefore, we really appreciate all the parties who have supported and given valuable contributions to this program. I congratulate everyone who participates in this virtual conference. Hopefully, we can continue to challenge ourselves to be thoughtful and inspire others to do good things for ourselves, our family, our nations, and of course, our next generations. Thank you very much and have a great conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haji Mahathir Muhammad, SAMM. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening ceremony of International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICCS 2022, Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Universitas Teknokrat, Indonesia. But before we close, we are asking for you all to turn on your camera to take the photo sessions. And these photo sessions will be in a virtual photo shoot. And please, to all participants of this ceremony, you may turn the camera on to take photo sessions. The photo sessions will taken for 5. And I would like to lead the photo sessions. Please, everyone, to turn on the camera and take the best smiles. Okay, let's start the first slides. 1, 2, 3, and then second slides. 1, 2, 3. Third slide. 1, 2, 3, and fourth slide. 1, 2, 3, and the last slide. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening sessions. Now let's come to the keynote and plenary sessions. But let me inform you, we will start the keynote and plenary sessions on 9 a.m. Indonesian time. And the first keynote speaker is Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdul Rahni of University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Lampung, the treasures of Sumatra, is a province in Indonesia well known as a gateway to the Sumatra Island. Having a total area of 35,587 km square with 2 municipalities and 13 districts, Lampung province offers amazing cultural attractions, extraordinary natural beauties, and promising business opportunities. Education in Lampung province is extensively growing and colored by the existence of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, the university which has been awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, Webometric Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, and Unirank. Located strategically in the heart of Bandar Lampung as business city, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia offers 3 faculties and 13 study programs. Faculty of Engineering and Computer Sciences with 7 study programs. Electrical Engineerings, Civil Engineerings, Computer Engineerings, Information Technology, Informatics, Information System, and Accounting Information System. Faculty of Economics and Businesses with 2 study programs, Management and Accounting. Faculty of Arts and Educations with 4 study programs, English Literature, English Educations, Mathematics Educations, and Physical Education. Our vision is to be the excellent university in Sumatra with international standard and to be able to play the active roles in nation buildings through the 3 pillars of higher educations, comprising teaching, research, and community services. We believe that education is the key to the advancements of a nation, and we commit to develop future leaders through quality character educations. This commitment leads to immense positive responses and trust from public, which is marked by the increasing admission from year to year. In Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, The students are actively directed to task-based and project-based learning, from hatching ideas and systems to creating products and services that benefit the communities. The students are prepared to face the challenges of globalizations and the current trend of workforce demand through the use of digital technology integrated in learning process, supported by advanced facilities such as laboratories, auditoriums, sports centers, students' hall, smart classroom, integrated academic information system, online learning platforms, studios, and Wi-Fi connected areas. We provide a learning studio that is functioning multi-purposefully to create students' teaching materials, to host podcasts inviting successful alumni and outstanding students, and to host virtual international conferences. For students, this e-learning studio support micro-teaching courses in creating digital learning materials and tutorial for future teachers, English for journalism courses in creating news production portfolio, and digital marketing courses in creating digital product promotions, and many more. Our students have achieved numerous national and international awards in student exchange, robotic competitions, computer design and programming competitions, English public speaking championships, scientific papers, business challenges, culture and art festivals, and sport tournaments. To support the internationalizations of the institution, national and international partnerships to the top universities around the world are established and expanded. Through the international office, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia is proud to invite visiting lecturers from national and international partner universities and to collaborate for international student mobility, internship, joint research and publications, and joint community services. Our outstanding quality of education is recognized by National Accreditation Board of Higher Education by obtaining baik sekali or excellent level in institutional accreditation. Further, we are awarded as the best private university in ASEAN, the best campus in Sumatra according to Applied Higher Education Rank, UI Green Metric Rank, Webometric Rank, and UniRank. Our graduates have already pursued their career prospectively in numerous sectors in government offices and multinational companies. Many of them also build their own creative businesses and directly impact the community around them. Come and be part of us, the growing campus of champion, ASEAN's best private university, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the keynote and plenary sessions. For your information, we have 3 plenary sessions. The first from Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdul Rahni of University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and followed by Dr. Wesam Almadun of Gaza University, and the last, Dr. Science Ded Darwis of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. Moderator in this session is Mr. Ahmad Arialdino, SSI MSI, who is lecturer in Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. To Mr. Aldino, you're pleased to start.
Thank you, Ms. Vera. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vera. Okay, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, Tabik Pun. Okay, Tabik Pun is a traditional greeting of Lampung Province Lampung province is one of the provinces in Indonesia, which Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia currently resides. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in this keynote speaker section, we will have 3 speakers. The first speaker will be Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdul Rahni from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Hello, Dr. Asrani. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, I thought I muted. Salam. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning, Dr. Asrani. Okay, how are you, Doctor?
Good. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will have a great speaker. I will read his CV. He is Dr. Asrani Aizuddin bin Abdul Rahni. He is a senior lecturer in the Department of Electrical, Electronic and Systems Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. He got his BA in Information and Computer Engineering, his Master of Engineering in Information and Computer Engineering, and the last is his PhD in Medical Imaging. Okay, he has published several articles in reputable journals and also conferences. Also, he got awards for Best Poster for Image Processing and also Best Oral Presentation for Lifestyle and Aging, a theme at the Postgraduate Research Conference, University of Surrey. Also, he is a professional member in Graduate Engineer, Board of Engineer Malaysia, as well as IEEE member. In terms of his achievement, he is a committee or organizer in committee member, Malaysia section, IEEE, organizing committee and reviewer, seminar and workshop in conjunction with IEEE conference, organizing committee and reviewer in 4th International Visual Informatics Conference, and many other committee he has joined. And also he is a reviewer in several journals and also proceedings, such as IEEE Transactions on Medical Imaging, Neurocomputing, IET Image Processing, and many more. So without further ado, let's start our first keynote speaker section. Dr. Asrani, you will have 60 minutes of session. It will be divided with 45 minutes presentation and also 15 minutes Q&A session. Okay, to Dr. Asrani, you are pleased.
I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, we can see the slide.
It's my desktop. Okay, so that's the end already. Yes. So can you see my slide?
Yeah, we can see your slide.
Okay,
Doctor.
So Assalamualaikum and good morning. So I was not expecting it to be earlier because initially I thought there was another speaker before me. So thanks for the introduction and for the chair again for inviting me to give a keynote talk. I would say I have some contributions, but there are many more great researchers out there. So because this is a general conference, I mean, you can ask me any question, or you can leave the question to the end. I'm not sure if I will take 45 minutes, but let's see how it goes. So so this is just you can say my view on my research area, and I think that's looking to the topics in this conference. I don't think any of you has research in this, or maybe I'm mistaken. Correct. I don't think there's anyone doing medical imaging in this conference, or maybe in future. Okay. So this is a general overview. So there might be some things which might be too simplistic or maybe too advanced. So what I would define my research area is volumetric medical image computing, and you can see it in my Google Scholar. So I'm from the Department of Electrical, Electronic and System Engineering. I think it's similar to one of the department in your university. So we are under the Faculty of Engineering. So it's one department amongst the other engineering departments there, and we are in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So I should put a map, but I think for people who are not familiar to Malaysia, I can say we are near Kuala Lumpur, but not so near lah. So a bit far away. So it's just nice. So not too far, not too near, and you can say it's near KLIA also. So if you want to visit, you can come. So what is medical image or volumetric medical imaging computing, and why I use this term, not just image processing, although that might be a more familiar term. So I want to talk a bit about the background and maybe the various medical imaging modalities. Some of you might be familiar, some of you might not. And then image processing pipeline. So this also might be familiar to some of you who do image processing, but what I want to present is in the context of my research area and example projects. So I think this area is very multidisciplinary, I think, of your engineering. So some of the terms might be more familiar to doctors. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any medical doctors in the audience, or maybe some of you might hear some of the terms because of maybe your family member has some disease. So when we talk about medical imaging, why we need medical imaging, in the end, I think the one of the opening there about using technology for the betterment of humankind or sustainable development goal. So actually, this is not something new. This has been developed for quite some time. So these are just examples. Okay. And there's some you can apply them to many more applications. So I don't focus on specific you can say disease because I think like we are engineers or computer scientists. Basically, we use technology to solve can say particular problem. So in this area, the problem comes from the medical side. It should be talking English. So some examples are like stroke, and then lung lesion is basically lung cancer. So you can also use medical imaging for liver surgical planning. Glioma is basically brain cancer, and radiotherapy is actually treatment for cancer. So for each, you can see each application, the type of images that are needed are slightly different. So I'm not sure if you've heard any of these acronyms. So we have CT, MRI. Maybe MRI is more familiar to some. We have something called PET-CT and TBCT, which is cone beam CT. So I'll explain all of them. So what do they look like? Sorry, what is the... Okay, I don't know why there's a line over there. Okay. So what example? So these are the example images. So this is a brain MRI image. The middle one is PET-CT image of the lungs. The bottom one is again a CT image of the liver. Okay. So how do I know this? Because although I'm not a doctor, because this is my research area. If you ask a doctor, they will know immediately. But maybe as engineers or computer scientists, what is the current trend nowadays? Why we are doing research? Is basically to improve or make it easier, or I would say the keyword is automation. So some people mention AI. for me, AI is, maybe to explain to the general public, is a you can say simple term, but I think for engineers or computer scientists, you have to be more specific lah. What is AI in itself? It doesn't mean doesn't explain anything. This is just my opinion. So what we want is automation, but in the in medicine, you can't say you want to fully automate everything. You want to take the doctor's job. No, it's not. They won't agree. And then don't think it's possible. Okay? Similarly, like I think on the horizon you have automation of maybe for cars in the near future, but I would say more realistic is to aid the practitioners. So the more correct term is computer aided. So that is in terms of automation, but I use the word computing because how to get all these images is you need some form of processing. And then and if some current trend and challenges in this research area. So a bit of background. So as I mentioned, medical imaging technology has developed for quite a long time. I'm not sure how to. Trying to not sure how to remove the line. Okay. You can say more than 100 years ago. So most people will be familiar with X-rays, X-ray imaging. But there are various other types of imaging. Hopefully, if you're not familiar, that's okay, because usually when you have some disease, then maybe you undergo some of these other imaging. So the other one which most people will be familiar with, ultrasound, and then there's other image modalities, CT, MRI, nuclear medicine. So these are, you can say, the years they were created. So why is there still research? Because it's like computing hardware. So computers have been around for about 50 years or more, but you always want to have improvement. If you go into the field, then you know what the limitations are. So for example, in CT, it took a long time to get it to multi-slice, to increase the resolution. So these are not, it's not exactly like the images which you take on your mobile phones. I think when talking about imaging nowadays, everyone knows what image is because all of you have mobile phone, but they are slightly different. So what was the next step? Since all these modalities have been around for quite a long time, is to basically combine them. So you have PET-CT and PET-MRI, which is quite recent, within the last 10 years. And okay, so with these images, so what can we do? So this is just the hardware. So the other thing is how to display the images. So these are not direct display. So in medical imaging, I can say it's not one thing which is not similar is there's no concept of color. So I can make the image any color I want and any brightness. This is just the display. And from my title, so I would say most of these images are 3D. So how do you display 3D image? So that's another research area. So I would say but maybe people now they're also familiar with 3D graphics. So you have 3D visualization and so on. So I would argue that some of the developments are because of medical imaging, because they are inherently in 3D. And basically there's also a certain file format. So if you take pictures with a mobile phone, what format? So they're all can say saved as JPEG, JPG, and there's maybe some high high compression formats. But in medical imaging, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do compression because you can say every single pixel has information, so you don't want to throw away the pixel. So it has its own, you say, standard format, which is called DICOM, and there's some other data formats. So this is just imaging. And so what about automation? So basically, you can apply all the things you have in other fields, in digital image processing, machine learning, computing, and of course deep learning, which is what is the, you can say, the current state of the art. But there's some you can say some things unique to medical imaging because it's 3D again. So so how else can you characterize the medical images in terms of, you can say, the properties. So this is just an overview. So the image which is mostly like your phone image is basically the last one, which is so in medicine, the term which they use is actually radiology. So if you want to dive into this research area and see what people do, you might search for medical imaging, or you can also search for radiology. But radiology is more from a medical point of view. So the last modality, bronchoscope endoscopy, is basically putting a camera in your mouth. if anyone have experience or know about that. So this is the one which is more similar to, you can say, your phone camera. So your phone camera is inherently 2D, or you can have time component because you're basically taking a movie. So basically, this is what is the difference between this type of imaging and the others is, so when you take a photo of your phone, okay, you cannot see what is inside the object, right? You can only see the surface. So that's, you can say, what is called projection. So similarly, X-ray, 2D X-ray is also a projection, but you can see the inside, okay? But you use one dimension, okay? So it's all still 2D. So the other types of imaging, you see, all of them are cross-section. So basically, it is like cutting the part of your body, okay? It's like without actually cutting. So that is why you have medical imaging. So there is one way of characterizing that. Yeah. So another is what is the technology used. Again, this depends on the imaging type. So you have ultrasound, X-rays, and you have other types which actually image the activity in the body. So that relates to what is the output of the image itself. So either the structure of the body, which is people are most familiar with, or the activity. So so this is the modalities. So where is the computing? So basically, to get all of this is you have some processing needed. Especially in cross-sectional imaging, but this is not a direct type of imaging. It's different from what you have with your cameras. Okay, so if you want to look at the processing pipeline, overall you can divide into, you can say, 5, or it can be more detailed. So image acquisition is the scanning itself. Okay. So maybe these are familiar. So externally they look, you can say, quite similar, some of them, except ultrasound. But internally there's some differences due to how they acquire the image. So for this type of imaging, there's certain algorithms to actually get the images. So this process is called image reconstruction. So as I mentioned just now, there is no concept of color in image. Basically, you have all grayscale image. But it's up to the software or the display to display any color or any brightness. So if I was a doctor, I would say this is enough. Okay, I don't need any further processing, but because you're all engineers or scientists, you want to maybe do some image processing. So what type of image processing is there? So the most common image processing, can say, process is segmentation, which is to label or identify certain structures in the body. Okay, and because the images are in 3D, another one is also localization or visualization. So in medical imaging, it's not just the image itself is important. It's basically the location of everything and the size of all the structures in the body is also important. But if you, as a doctor, is there enough? No. What they actually want to do is to identify is there any disease or abnormalities. So that is diagnosis. And also, what images are used for is for planning, for treatment. So, so these are just some examples. For lung, you can have why you want the processing is basically you can display the lung in 3D, for example, or the brain tumor, okay? Or a tumor in somewhere in the body. Okay, from if not, then the doctor has to do it manually. Or the doctor will say it's okay, we're expert, but we want to basically want to make it easier. So in the end, with the disease or treatment plan, then move on to the actual treatment itself. So, so for example, okay, from lung imaging in CT can do bronchoscopy, which is also another type of imaging I mentioned just now. And from MRI or even CT can treat cancer using radiotherapy, or even from ultrasound you can do things like minimally invasive surgery. So there's a lot of research area. I'm just presenting. I don't claim to know all of them. Okay. So going back to difference between 2D and 3D imaging. So X-ray is how they are formed, or in medical, the term is called radiography, because CT is also X-ray. So why is it a 2D image? Because it's still a projection. So you have an X-ray source and you have a detector. Maybe some of the engineers heard of that word. Okay, maybe in different application. So why is it projection? It's because you lose one dimension. So the body is 3D, but with X-ray image, you get 2D image. So with a 2D image, is this ideal? Okay. So this is very commonly used because maybe it's low cost and quick. But for advanced procedures, what's the disadvantage of this? If you look at the 2D image, can you identify where is the front or back? So again, the doctor might say, obviously, it doesn't matter, but for automation, it needs to be more specific. So projection is okay if that is what you want, but from this image, you cannot identify the third dimension, which is the front or back of the body. So I would term a X-ray radiograph as a transparent shadow. So you can contrast this with a visible light image where you only get the surface, you cannot see the inside. So how do you get a 3D image from X-ray? Because I just mentioned that CT is also using X-rays. So basically the imaging process to be different. So CT scanner is circular. What happens inside CT scanner is, instead of the source and detector fixed at one location, okay, basically it rotates. And that is the reason is circular. It's actually rotating very fast, and the person goes through the scanner. So from this, basically you can get a cross-sectional image. So this is different from normal 2D X-ray. This is basically a cross-section of the body through the lung and part of the arm. So the image you get depends on what location you reconstruct the image. So where's the 3D part? So instead of just one image, you can basically every time you scan, you get a collection images. So in 3D imaging, basically the whole body or the whole area which is scanned is called an image. So why you need automation? So for 3D image, is it possible to show or to display directly? So everything you see on the screen is 2D, right? So it is you need some further processing to show it. So either you do some form of rendering, you get surface again, or you can actually get slices from other direction. Okay. So that is CT. So how does this contrast with the other modalities? So the other two, which I've mentioned, X-ray and magnetic resonance imaging (MRI), can term them as non-ionizing, which they do not use radiation, basically X-ray. Is that a good bad thing? It depends on the use again. So for ultrasound, basically instead of using X-ray, you use sound waves. Okay. To get an image. So basically, what happens? Why you need contact is because you want to propagate the sound wave in your body at certain frequencies to get an image. So is it okay without using radiation? You basically get a different type of image. This is also liver, but it's different. So again, there's certain applications maybe don't get as much detail, but the compromise is okay because it's lower cost and faster, for example. What about MRI? Why you need MRI is again it's non-ionizing. So how is MRI created? Basically, not sure if you learn about electromagnetism. Basically, MRI uses electromagnet to perturb the hydrogen atoms in your body. So the most part of your body is water, as I think everyone knows, where you have H as part of the H2O. So basically MRI images water density instead of X-rays. So X-rays, basically you image the density of the body itself. So you get a different type of image. It's a bit dark, but basically in MRI you get the soft tissue instead of the bones. Ultrasound is a bit in between. You also get soft tissue, but in a different way. So what about the other type, nuclear medicine? It's something dangerous. So it's using radiation, but in a different way again, and it's acceptable depending on what you want, what the doctor wants. So why this exists is because instead of for example in cancer, so if you just image the structure like this, you have to infer if there's a tumor based on the appearance of the image. So, but as you know, cancer, what is cancer? Cancer is basically your cells dividing uncontrollably. So why not image the activity in the body? So that's what metabolism is. So how to do this is basically there are two main ways. So single photon emission tomography based on what is injected in the body. So basically you can inject a small amount of radiopharmaceutical which emit some gamma rays, and they have some detectors, and if you compare with CT, how to get a 3D image is to rotate this. So you get image, but of just the activity. So you don't get anything which doesn't absorb the radiopharmaceutical, doesn't emit the X-rays and the gamma rays. So it's a bit more specific, but not entirely specific. Basically, in this case, the whole liver is shown in the image. So what about, so there's another type called positron emission tomography. So it's similar, but using a different process. So this is a bit of physics. So instead of emitting gamma rays directly, it emits a positron. It's actually an antiparticle which indirectly emits two gamma rays. So there's some advantages for PET imaging where there's no rotation. Basically, the detector is a complete circle. There's no moving part. But it's harder to produce the radiopharmaceutical for this. In Malaysia, there's only, you need basically a cyclotron. There's only 3, and all of them is near KL. So the hospital probably need to transport within a certain amount of time. But you get a slightly better image. I'm not sure why there's lines on my screen. Okay. So with metabolic image or nuclear medicine, you can get the activity but not the structure. So what was the next logic step is, basically you can combine them. Okay. So the motivation was to combine structural and metabolic scanners. So I emphasize scanners here. So why not just combine the images? Why can you just use software? That's possible, but as I mentioned, location of things are very important in medical imaging. So if you just do it with software, there's still some uncertainty. It's possible, but there's still some uncertainty. So why not just combine the scanners as technology progress? So what we have is cases specific to nuclear medicine imaging. So basically, all nuclear medicine imaging scanners are combined with CT. We don't get them separately. So how is that done? Is basically just to put together a CT scanner beside, for example, PET scanner. So externally, it looks the same, maybe a bit thicker. So what you get from this is basically a fusion image. It's actually 2 separate images, but you can overlap them accurately on top of each other. So more recently, you have something called PET MR, so which is combination of positron emission tomography and MRI. So it's the same thing, but slightly different. So because PET, you don't have any moving parts. Okay? Something like your phone nowadays is solid state. So basically, you can put the PET scanner inside the MRI scanner itself. And you get slightly different image. So you still get PET image, but the background is an MRI image. So this is basically the newest type of scanner just in the past 10 years. And I had opportunity to see the research process in the States. Basically, was from Siemens. You heard of maybe the brands or the companies involved in medical imaging. So I would say the difference between PET-CT and SPECT-CT is this was made by research. There is a significant professor who is now in Singapore. He's from US, called David Townsend. I also had the opportunity to meet him. He was at NUS, so basically he's the inventor of PET-CT around the year 2000. So this was around 2010. So, but it's a slightly different process. It was, you can say, developed by the company. There are not many PET-MR scanners in the world, around 60, and I think most of them is in the West. There are 2 in Singapore, and I don't think any in Indonesia or Malaysia or any other countries, unfortunately. So apparently these scanners are very expensive, but you can say that they are maybe needed for certain disease. So what's the similarity between all of them? Let's talk about different scanners. As I mentioned, they are cross-sectional. So basically, you get the images in different you can say you can cut across the body in different directions, including ultrasound, although that's not a common modality to think of as cross-sectional. So if there's a way to save the location, then you get the position. So in medical imaging, there's certain terms to define what part of the body you're looking at. And a way to display it in 2D is to just display the slides instead of the 3D display. So another example is, for example, like this. So everything is very specific, and you can say the unit of measurement is millimeters. So how is the data displayed? Is it okay to save it like a normal image? It's not okay. Basically, you don't want any information to be lost. So there's a certain, you can say, standard imaging format called DICOM, or Digital Imaging and Communication in Medicine. So if you are interested in this research area, actually nowadays you just need to find the right can say code or software to read the images. It's not an issue. Just because it's a different format, you can find the code. So what is DICOM? Besides the image, it has, you can say, all the information about the scan. If it's directly from a hospital scanner, physician name, patient, the manufacturer, and things about the image itself. So for research, you talk to the doctor, they would say, can you remove the top or things which are too specific? So that's okay for research, because what we're interested in, for example, is just you don't really want to know the name, maybe the age of the person or the weight, but or the scanner, but who the person is or where the scanner is, maybe not important. So there's other form, and the exact information depends on the scan. Although it's a standard format, but it's like, for example, video or image, there's some differences depending on the scanner, but it's more or less the same. But in research, sometimes, since you don't want any of the personal information, there are other formats. Some of them were developed for different purpose, but they're quite popular in medical imaging nowadays. So with all that, what do you actually want from images? Is basically to interpret or get the information. So how to do that? Fortunately, for example, for CT, image, maybe I answer later. Or maybe this in part one of my slides. So for CT, for example, as I mentioned, there's no concept of color, but there's concept of intensity. So each pixel has specific value. So in CT, they're quite specific. They represent certain basically things in the body or the density. So if it's negative or background is air, you can also get air in the lungs. So because I've been doing this for quite a while, I know exactly what I'm looking at. Soft tissue is a bit hard. So that's why you have MRI and other, you can't really see the boundaries, for example, of the organs. So why it's very specific? Because it's calibrated, since water is the most common substance in the body, it's calibrated to 0. But I would say everything else is within certain range, but not exactly. So bone is basically the highest intensity, but there's some variation. So, and if you have implant, then it can affect the intensity. But if you're looking manually, then you know. Okay? But if you wanted to make an automated algorithm, then it might be challenging. And if you notice, although I can say pose a certain intensity, the liver, for example, is certain intensity, but it's not the same intensity throughout, because this is not a you can say it's not an AI image, and this is a real image. There's lots of noise and variation. So that's CT. You can say that's I would say that it's the most standard intensity wise. So what about other modalities? Is I would say it's a bit harder. There's no certain range. It depends on the, I would say, the scanner, but there's certain range for example, for you ultrasound and for MRI or PET. For metabolic image, basically the intensity is directly proportional to the amount of radiation gamma rays and the activity. But the background for MRI is it just shows the water density. So MRI doesn't show bones. So how to do image processing with it? Or what are the most common type of image processing algorithms? So I would say they, although there's a lot of things you can do, I would say they most commonly you have two types of processing. So one is 3D image registration. So this is putting different or aligning different images together. So as I mentioned, it can be done in software. But if you want to be more accurate, you can combine the scanners themselves. The other one is, which is maybe more intuitive, is basically segmentation, which is to get or to identify different things within the body, which is more common. So, but I put them in this order because sometimes you have different images, you want to align them and then do segmentation, you want to combine. So if you have you want automation, you are not limited to just one image. Unlike human, the input to algorithm can be multiple images at the same time. So what are these two? So it's similar to, you can say, image processing in 2D, but you have a third dimension. So was mentioned, sometimes I just use 2D examples. So image segmentation, I would say, is delineation or outlining objects in an image. So from an image, you get, for example, the output will be liver and maybe part of the liver and blood vessels. So how to do this? Traditionally, you have, you can say, traditional methods such as thresholding, just looking at intensity directly, age detection, active content, so on. So the challenges with this is, in medical imaging, is although you have maybe specific type of image, but you cannot ensure that every single image, every single person looks like this. There's going to be variation, so you have issues with robustness, parameters with whatever algorithm, and it's going to be a bit more complex in 3D. So image registration, on the other hand, it's a slightly different process. So it's basically alignment with image. So typically you have one image which you want to move around or deform and a fixed image. So this is an MRI image, and top one is the CT image. They are taken from different scanners at different time, and they are actually 3D, but I'm just showing 2D. So how this is done is, basically you need some way of transforming or moving or deforming the moving image, and then you need to some way to compare the image or calculate the image similarity, and something which is common in many image processing or algorithm is some way of optimizing this. So if you do this correctly, then you can overlap them, even though they are from different scanners from different time. In this case, it's the same person. If it's from different person, it's slightly harder. So again, the challenges are similar. You want to ensure robustness and parameters. It's going to be complex. I think it's less intuitive. So how to, or what's the current trend? How to make this simpler is what everyone's talking about. But in engineering, we call this machine learning, I would say. If you call AI, then what algorithm we use? So the most common type is what is called supervised learning. For example, so basically it's, you are training model for certain tasks. I'm being very generic here. So for example, segmentation. So that is one task. So from an image, you want to get an output. But in machine learning or supervised learning, usually the output in this sense, example, is called a label. So basically, for certain pixel, you want to give certain category. So you can do this by classification, but there are more efficient ways. So in general, the training the model is called training stage. So to get the label, basically you need some form of feature extraction and model optimization again. And what you can do with certain model is to test on a different image and get an estimate. So to check how good the model is, you need to again have the ground truth. So this is general. What about deep learning? So deep learning, you can say, is just a more advanced version of this, where you have deeper neural network, but in particular, people are using what is called convolutional neural network nowadays, which is basically automated feature extraction. So feature extraction by itself is, if it's manually done, it is similar to the previous example, which was you need to define what you want, the intensity or the age or some other property of the image. So almost done. So I'm not taking too long. So so this is, you can say, very general, but if you want to do this area, okay, should you go straight to algorithm? But I think for medical imaging, basically you need to define what is the objective of the project. So is it to reconstruct image from?
I'm sorry, Dr. Asrani.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. You have 5 minutes left for presentation.
Okay. So so what part of the image processing pipeline you want to is your objective? That is document. So again, so in terms of machine learning or VB, what is the task that you want to do? Classification, segmentation, registration, or image reconstruction. So I think after that you can define more specifically what is the model, and if you using machine learning, then you need to define the data. Okay, what is the image encounter? So some example projects which I mentioned. Okay. So these are the ones.
Kemarin itu ini harus diganti apanya ya?
Introduced. So they are at certain different stages of the processing pipeline. Most of them is actually in processing or low level processing and so forth. So one example is stroke segmentation from CT. So this uses both registration to align multiple images together and identify where is the stroke infarction. So stroke infarction is basically where part of the brain where the blood is stopped from flowing. So that's actually what stroke is. So you can use different images and get the segmentation result. In most cases, if you're using your own data, you might have some limitations. So nowadays, there's also public data sets. So for example, you have PET imaging, PET CT. So in this case, we want to identify where the tumor is, which is not directly identifiable. So this was a semi-automated method. So now we have, I'm using, have a new project which is more automated using deep learning. So this example was actually for liver resection. So why we want segmentation? Sometimes it's not just for diagnosis, but for planning a surgery. So if you can do this automatically, then you can show the result in 3D. Okay, this is using public data. Ideally, we want to have our own data set. So another popular topic is brain tumor segmentation. Typically using MRI because you can see the brain in more detail. So there's a lot of data sets on this. Again, it's a challenge to get our own data. So the last one which I want to show is image reconstruction for radiotherapy. So radiotherapy is basically a machine which instead of just doing imaging, it also targets cancer to kill the cancer cell. But in this project, just on the imaging parts. So instead of just a 3D image, what we want to output from this is a 4D image. So basically, this is our own data, but we only have 2 patients, but we have 10 scans because usually for cancer, they go to treatment for many weeks. Okay. So why for this? Because the scan itself takes about 1 minute. So basically, the person will be breathing, and because we are doing computing, you can actually simulate this from different images just to check. So if you've done this correctly, then you can get a 4D cone beam CT from just the original data, which is just 3D imaging. So there's some further work for this project, as usual. So as I mentioned, the current trend is basically to use deep learning, but you need to specify what is the task you want to do. So it's not just I want to use deep learning, okay, or AI, but what is actually what you want to do. So secondly, okay, once you know what algorithm, there's actually a lot of algorithm online. So if you good programming capability is needed for this, and these are the 2 most popular, you can say, platform, TensorFlow and PyTorch. But I think in medical image, PyTorch is more popular. TensorFlow is from Google, PyTorch is actually from Facebook or Meta. Yeah. And there's also a lot of publicly available data sets. But if you want to maybe apply to your own data, then it's a challenge. The public data set might not be exactly the same as your own data. And ideally, you want to make software which is used, but this is maybe down the road. I would say maybe 10 years. But for research, sometimes it's okay. This is, it's a long-term goal. So the challenges is, so some algorithms, for example, even in deep learning, they were developed for 2D images, and maybe just for classification or segmentation. So segmentation already has slightly different architecture for deep learning architecture for doing segmentation. So if you want to use for different tasks, then you need to modify or use different type of model. And because the images are 3D, each image is 3D image, so you have larger data and higher computational requirements. And usually it's harder to get lots of medical image. So in 2D image, we have databases of millions of images. That's not the case. Even if you have a lot, like 1,000 patients, then you're going to have issues in the computation. So you need the computing hardware. So as I mentioned, public data sets are not always applicable to maybe your own data. And you cannot just have the image. You need to, as I presented, to train and test your algorithm, you need the ground truth. So sometimes that's not always available. And again, this is the long-term goal, how to make something useful, how to make the research useful. So I think that's all. Acknowledgement to my collaborators in UKM Medical Center, different fields, oncology, which is for cancer, radiology, and others in medical physics, medical imaging, my previous research students, okay, and I still have current research students. So should I answer one questions in the chat? Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I answer the questions?
Yeah, let me read it for you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Asani, for giving us insight on medical image processing. So we have learned about many things related to medical image processing, from data acquisition to training algorithm, and also to recommendation about that algorithm. Also, we have learned the current trends and also challenges of medical image processing. And now I will invite fellow participants. Dear participants, we have participants from 7 countries. So if you want to ask, you can directly start your video, unmute your microphone. Also, you can send your question in the chat box. We already have several questions in the chat box. The first question is from Hagen Persada. The question is, does the image quality affect the result? If so, why is image quality important?
Okay, should I answer this one first?
Yeah.
So, yes, it will affect the results. For example, if you want to do segmentation, I mentioned about noise, it will affect what your results. So your algorithm need to be robust to all the noise and you can say imperfections. You will get imperfections, especially in medical imaging. And then the shapes of the you can say organ is not going to be consistent. It's going to vary. So nowadays, there's to ensure robustness, there's a trend to have bigger data sets, and you'll be surprised because these are not. If it's a healthy person, then there's not problem. I think everything in the body is normal, but these are, you could say, people with disease, so you're going to have some abnormalities. So you're going to affect the results.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Dr. Asrani. Next question is from Nurfakih Ardiantoro. Next question is from Ahmad Jayadi. What features are used for the training process in making machine learning models on medical images?
What features? Okay.
What features are used for training process?
Okay. So traditional machine learning, you have to specify the features directly. For example, intensity. So these are low-level features. You have intensity, edges, corners. Then you can have derived features such as texture and so on. But why people are using deep learning nowadays is because the convolutional neural network, what you are training is actually a set of filters which will extract the features automatically. So you don't need to specify the features directly. You just specify to say what layers you want. So not sure if I answer. So that's a different approach to traditional feature extraction. But you need basically you need the processing or the hardware to be able to do that.
Thank you for the answer, Dr. Asrani. Next question is from Firman Fahrodin. Okay, what programming language is most recommended to use when learning computer vision or image processing?
Okay. Traditionally, people use MATLAB because it's been around for a while. There's a lot of functions and toolbox. The limitation is, I would say, is proprietary. It's not free. And most people do deep learning or machine learning nowadays they use Python. So you can basically do the same thing as you do in MATLAB in Python, but it has a different set of toolboxes and functions. If you want to make end users software, since I mentioned it, then you need some form of compile language, C, C++, or Java, which is. But for research, I would say nowadays is Python.
One more question from Elka Pranita. So she stated, you said earlier that one of the things being done is segmentation. In your opinion, what method is best used for area segmentation?
Area, okay. If I'm referring to city image, okay, you can actually just define area directly from from the intensity. But it's not. It's less robust to noise. Then you can try maybe like take contour. But I would say if you want to be up to date, you can look at the current deep learning network. The most commonly used in nowadays is what is called UNet, which is it's a particular architecture which is designed for segmentation directly. It's not traditionally how before you had UNet or segmentation. What people try to do is to classify each pixel individually, but that is not efficient. So if you want to be up to date, have a look at the UNet. But I would say you can always compare with a simpler algorithm. So your more complex algorithm, for it to be worthwhile, it should be better. Okay. That answers.
Okay, thank you for the answer once more, Dr. Asrani. Actually, we don't have much time, so our session ends here. Thank you very much, Dr. Asrani, for giving us insight. It's a valuable lesson for us regarding the medical image processing. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to give you a certificate. This is the certificate. Thank you very much, Dr. Asrani. To ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, let's give big applause to our great speaker. We will send the certificate later to your email, Dr. Asrani.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, that's all for the first session. We would like to say thank you once more for giving us insight. Hopefully, this is not our last meeting. We can meet again in the near future, or also we can collaborate in terms of research and also publication. Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia and also UKM can have more communication, can publish more papers together. That's all. Thank you, Dr. Asrani. Wassalamualaikum. See you next time.
Inshallah. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, in the Zoom meeting. We will have the second section, our great second keynote speaker. Our speaker supposed to be Dr. Soros Abul Fathi, but suddenly he cannot attend our conference. So the session will be substituted by Dr. Wesam Al-Madun. Hello, Dr. Wesam. Hello.
Yes. Hi.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. How are you, Dr. Wesam?
Yes. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes. Yes. Wissam.
Okay. Wissam. Okay. Yeah, welcome Dr. Wesam to our conference, International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ECECS, held by Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. So this is our second keynote speaker section with Dr. Wesam Al-Madun. Before we start the session, let me read his curriculum vitae. So yeah, he in terms of qualification, he was fellowship in Malaysia Sustainable Cities Program at MIT in 2016, postdoctorate at Air Resource Research Lab Malaysia, Japan, International Institute of Technology 2015, and he got his PhD in Environmental Engineering, University Science Malaysia in 2011. And currently, he is a lecturer in Gaza University. Is this correct, Dr. Wesam? Yeah. Also, he has published so many articles in journals and also proceedings. He has a citation of 617, H index of 11, and total research index of 414, which is very high in the field. Okay, without further ado, so let's welcome our great speaker, Dr. Wesam. Okay, so for this session, you will have an hour of session, Dr. Wesam. It will be divided into 45 minutes of presentation and also 15 minutes of Q&A session. So without further ado, let's welcome our great speaker, Dr. Wesam. You are pleased.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, and now good morning over there. So thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this conference. So I'd like to thank the organizing committee. Can you hear me clearly and the presentation, is it clear?
Yeah, your voice is clear, Doctor. And I'm sorry, can you, you have slideshow it. Thank you.
Okay, so again, thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm happy to be with you today. And I'll be speaking on the sustainability opportunities in the era of IR 4.0 and Society 5.0. Just as an introduction, as you can see here, that in terms of the global outlook, the population distribution and the growth and the wealth and income. So what we can see here that, the distribution of population, so we have 18% of the population in developed countries and 82 in developing countries. While if we look at the wealth and income, we can see that 85% of the wealth in the developed countries, while only 15% in the developing countries. And that is reflected also on the resources used and in the pollution and waste. And we can get some indication from here. So first, about the global injustice in terms of wealth distribution, in terms of resources use, and in terms of pollution and waste. And the most important thing that when we talk about developing countries, so their capacity to adapt with the changes and the challenges, and one of the biggest current challenges, the climate change. So this capacity of these communities is considered to be vulnerable. So these are just kind of an introduction for the presentation. And if we look at the other aspects, so we have currently an issue that there is a lot of environmental degradation, which include wasting, depleting, and degrading the Earth's natural capital. And this is happening at an accelerated rate. So we are living unsustainably. Our living style is unsustainable. So we are harming the environment. And later on, you will see also it's not only harming the environment, we harm ourselves and we harm the economy as well. So what does that mean in the context of IR 4.0, the digitalization and the concept of society 5.0? So the challenges and the issues, the global issues that we are living in. So we have a lot of challenges: air pollution, climate change, soil erosion, shrinking of forests, decreased wildlife habitats, declining ocean fisheries, water pollution, aquifer depletion. And for the last 2 years, we had the COVID-19 as a challenge for the humanity. So if we talk about these challenges in numbers, so first, the coronavirus, that caused the humanity of 6.6, almost more than 6.6 million people died because of the coronavirus. If we look at other aspects of disasters along the history, so since 1900 to 2018, you can see here the number of fatalities due to the disaster, which include volcanic eruptions, droughts, extreme weather conditions, landslides, earthquake. So we can see here, like in 1930, we had 3.7 million people died at that year because of the disaster. So just try to compare numbers about the current challenges and previous challenges and the current environmental challenges specifically. So what we can see here that, the challenges, the environmental challenges, the pollution, including air, water, and soil. So every year, this cost the humanity 9 million people every year dying because of these environmental challenges. So this number means that the 9 million, it's 3 times more than the number of deaths due to AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. And it is 15 times the number of deaths due to war and other types of violence at the global scale. So this is a huge number of fatalities. So if we specifically zoom on one of these issues, so is it the air pollution the most serious? So I think you would reach the answer that it is yes, because of different reasons. If you compare the poison of food with water pollution and air pollution, which is the fastest route to our body, so definitely the fastest is through air, because it will take only 7 seconds for all these pollutants to absorb in our blood. And once it's absorbed in the blood, so it can reach any organ of the body. And we have to remember that we are breathing 11,000 liters every day. So if in each liter we have one particle of air pollution, so we'll have 11,000 particles per day, and that is a huge. And the other reason, which is if we talk about the climate change as a challenge, so the root of that challenge is air pollution, because we are talking about the greenhouse gases. So these gases lead to global warming and climate change. That's why it is the most serious, and we will have more evidence that it is more serious, because according to WHO, we have every year 7 million deaths due to air pollution, and this is because of strokes, heart disease, and lung cancer. And the distribution of these numbers is 7 million. So we have 2 million in Southeast Asia, 2 million in Western Pacific, and 1 million in Africa, 500,000 in the Eastern Mediterranean, 500,000 in Europe, and 300,000 in the Americas. So again, this is 7 million. Compared to the coronavirus, it is still, and this is annual. This is an annual number. And this is one interesting figure as well, and this is from WHO. And you can see here several countries, almost 100% of the population are exposed to the levels of PM 2.5, which is higher than what is recommended or the guidelines by WHO. Means the risk that people are living in, it is high if we compare that to WHO standards. And again, you can see here the number of people who are exposed to the type of pollutants in the household level. And this is because of using solid fuel burning and for heating and cooking. And that's in countries with more than, or cities, countries with more than 50 million population. So you can see here in India, 43%, in Pakistan, it's 59% of the population. In Indonesia, it is 28%. And it is millions of people who are exposed to this type of pollutants. Again, this justify the number from these numbers from the WHO, and that due to the indoor air pollution, the household, we have 3.8 million people dying every year because of this type of pollution. So again, if you look at these figures, so you'll see the ranking of countries based on the pollution level. So you can see here in Indonesia, it is ranked 17 with the level of pollutants. And again, this is PM2.5. The PM2.5 is the most serious because it is a tiny particle with 2.5 micrometer. It penetrates our body directly to the lungs, and that causes a lot of risk to the human. And that's again, that's why I stress on the seriousness of this issue to the health. So we talked about disasters, we talked about COVID, we talked about environmental degradation in terms of number of fatalities. So now if you talk about the economical impacts, you can see here, this is the cost of environmental degradation and health and also resources, right? As a percent of the GDP, the loss, because these are costing the humanity. Again, people are getting sick. We are polluting the resources. We need to purify these resources. And they reflect on the economy side. So this is huge. In some countries like Ghana, it's 9.6%. In China, 9%. In India, it is 5.7%. Egypt, 4.8% of the GDP. And the lowest here, you can see it's Tunisia with 2.1%. So again, in terms of also economic, in terms of money, we are losing a lot of money because of these environmental degradation. So for this issue currently, everyone is talking about climate change. So the climate change having a lot of social and economical impacts, talking about the cost of adapting coastal areas. The capacity to work will be less. Expected to have more wars so that people get access to limited resources. Fresh water will be in short supply. We have relocation of whole town if there is a flooding or a threat of tsunami, shrinking of productivity of the harvest. The basic foods will get rise, the cost, the expenses. Extreme weather conditions will cause widespread of poverty, and disease will spread due to the higher temperature. These are expected outcomes, expected impacts because of climate change. So in this figure, you can see the trends of flooding and cyclone. It's getting higher than the traditional disasters, which is the earthquake. And this is these disasters are climate-linked disasters. So this is an evidence that we are having more disasters due to the climate change. In terms of cost, the cost of these disasters, we are talking about billions of dollars. So you have here statistics from 2000 to 2021. So you can see here the economic loss. We are talking about an average more than $300 billion. And this is statistics from 2000 to 2021. So again, this is a lot of money due to the disaster. It's not only killing people, but also affecting our economy. So it's a drive for us to change this scenario, to have a more friendly lifestyle to the environment. So we save ourselves and we save the economy as well. So again, this is the numbers showing the staggering cost of climate-linked disaster from 2005 to 2020. And this is over the months because we know globally we have different seasons, different weather condition. So these disasters will be different, varied in countries, like when we talk about tropical storms, hurricane, or like forest fires that are triggered by the extreme heat. So again, the cost of these disasters, like here you can see the extent of these disasters from July to December. And here the average, it is more than $200 billion. It's even reached up to $300 billion. Again, this is huge loss. So this is again statistics from 2020. So in 2020, we had 50 disasters which cost $1 billion. Each one cost $50, 1 billion. So we have 28, which is an annual, the average annual number of global $1 billion. This is since 1990. So we have 29 disasters, which cost more than $1 billion. So we have $12 billion the cost of damage from wildfires, 63 billion the cost of damage from severe storms. We have a single disaster in 2020, which cost $35 billion, which is the flooding in China. And we had a total of $268 billion, the economy loss due to the climate-related disaster. This is only in 2020. So again, this is a huge loss, even in terms of economy. And the climate change and disasters in Asia and the Pacific, it cost a lot of money. So it affects 5.2 billion people, 1 million fatality, and we have a loss of $843.6 billion. So we are talking about flooding, storm, road, earthquake, wildfires. So this is again huge in terms of country levels. So we have some scenarios like here you have the earthquake in Indonesia in 2018 that cost 1.4 billion. We have different flooding in India and Pakistan. All these cost more than, like in India, it's 16 billion. It's 2 billion in Pakistan. It's in 2014. So here you can see the recent 2018, 2.9 in India. This is flooding, this earthquake, 1 billion in Thailand. So it is, again, it's a lot of money. Reflecting that to air pollution, which we just mentioned that it is the most serious. So air pollution as an isolated type of pollutants, so it is affecting the economy by $2.9 trillion. And it is causing, this is according to a report in 2018, causing 4.5 million premature deaths. If we link the number of fatalities with the economy for air pollution, so China every year is losing 1.8 million people, and they are losing every year $900 billion. India losing 1 million people, and they are losing $150 billion due to air pollution. Like you can see here, the South Korea, we are talking about 40,000 of people dying every year, and $56 billion is being lost due to this air pollution. So the haze impact, and this is affecting Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia. So in one of the events, this cost these countries almost more than 700 million. So again, these are some types of pollutants. Some of them, they are at the local level, some at the regional level, and the others on the global aspects. So again, if you look at the local scenario, regional scenario, global scenario, all these challenges costing a lot of losses in terms of humanity, in terms of economy. So again, linking the pollution to COVID in terms of economy. So COVID-19 is predicted to have an impact of 8 to 10% on the global economy. While this is a study by McKinsey, so they mentioned that every year we are losing 15% of the global GDP due to the environmental degradation, due to the health degradation. So if you want to conclude something here, by numbers in terms of fatalities, in terms of economy. So we still have a lot of challenges which affecting the global humanity, the global economy, more than even the worst pandemic that we lived in, which is the COVID-19. So the same study predicted that if we enhance the environmental issues, we improve the environmental health, we will add $12 trillion to the economy by 2040, because if the people getting, the environment getting healthier, the people getting more productive, and will save the life of people, and that will add a value of 12 trillion to the economy. So what happened during the COVID-19? We've seen some positive changes where during the lockdown, we seen a drop in the emissions. We seen the purification and better water quality. And we also have more opportunities if we talk about the other aspects. So on the environmental side, on the technology side, we had development of the digital era for education and businesses. So these are an opportunities. So how we can maximize all these benefits, all these positive changes that we had happened? We have to maintain this momentum. So how to maintain this momentum? It has to be a sustainable balance in the whole system, which means to build back better after the COVID-19, and that is to balance the economical aspects with the environmental aspects and maintaining the social aspects. So in terms of economy, we're talking about wealth creation, property, employment. In terms of environment, we have to protect the environmental resources. In terms of social, we have to maintain the social inclusion, social justice, civil rights, cultural identity. So the conclusion, the bottom line, the way forward, the future should be more sustainable, and our lifestyle should be more sustainable. So when we talk about integrating these issues in businesses, we are talking about climate change in terms of environment, the climate change and greenhouse gases, the energy efficiency, resource depletion, hazardous waste, air and water pollution, deforestation. All these issues needs to be considered. In social, human rights, working condition, local and indigenous communities, conflict, health and safety. In terms of governance, we have to consider executive pay, bribery and corruption, data protection, board independence, tax strategy, transparency, and shareholder rights. So all these need to be considered in, this is called the ESG for businesses. So here you can see and kind of a scenario, global future scenario. So this is the ecological footprint. If we continue our unsustainable living, we will have to have 2 planets to meet our demands, right? While if we change to be more sustainable in our living, saving the environment, maintaining the economy with environment, so the planet will still have the capacity to meet our demands within its capacity. So the option is in our hand. We know the problem and we have to solve it because we create these problems. The humanity, all these problems, the environmental degradation, it's happening because of the environment, because of the humanity activities, because of industry, traffic, all these types of pollutants. So to change that, we have to maintain, we have to adapt 3 big ideas. First, we have to, in terms of energy, we have to rely more on renewable energy from the sun. We have to, second idea, we have to protect biodiversity. So we maintain the balance in the ecosystem. And the third is that we have to try to sustain the Earth's natural chemical cycles by reducing our production of waste and pollution, and not to overload the system with harmful chemicals, right? So these are the ideas. In terms of how to do that, we have the roadmap, the SDGs, the 17 SDGs adopted by the world community in 2015, and it is endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly. So these SDGs, it's ranging from no poverty, number one, including zero hunger, quality education, clean water, talking about reducing inequalities, sustainable cities, and also number 17, which is important, about partnerships for the goals, how to partner all the players in the communities, in the global community, to achieve these SDGs, sharing experiences, sharing best practices, which will help everyone. So what is that in the context of 4.0? So sustainable development requires the implementation of appropriate environmentally friendly technology that are both efficient and adapting to the local conditions. So this is the role of IR 4.0 in the sustainability practices. So the development of science and technology plays a significant role in achieving SDGs target by improving the efficiency and effectiveness of new and more sustainable development methods. So the industry 4.0, where technology today plays a significant role in sustainable social, environmental, and economic development, and the consideration of the scarcity and constraint of natural resources in new technology development will lead to more robust and better technological process, which definitely will produce more attractive products and services. So this is the integration of IR 4.0 in the context of sustainability. So these actions will show how technological applications and development will assist to be utilized to comply with the principles of social, economic, and ecological welfare. And the development of technology, developing technology, creating innovation, and producing breakthrough solutions are critical for delivering the SDGs targets, from eradication of poverty to improving food security to reversing climate change. So the investment are vital instruments to foster appropriate technology development, where investing green technology, efficient and effective process, safer material, and improve performance and outcomes. So the strong collaboration in private and public partnership will accelerate appropriate and sustainable technological development, will help to scale up and transfer in order to generate more social benefits and economical returns, and maintaining the protection of the environment. So is that linked to the concept of society 5.0? So it is, when we talk about society 5.0, so it is a human-centric society that balance economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrated cyberspace and physical space. So the integration of cyberspace and physical space. So Society 5.0 was proposed in the 5th Science and Technology Basic Plan as a future society that Japan should aspire to. And it follows the hunting society, society number 1, agriculture society, number 2, industrial society, number 3, and information society, which is number 4, the IR 4.0. And in the information society, which is Society 4.0, cross-sectional sharing of knowledge and information was not enough, and the cooperation was difficult. So in terms of the social reform, which means the innovation, Society 5.0 will achieve a forward-looking society, which break down the existing sense of stagnation, a society whose members have mutual respect for each other, transcending the generation, and the society in which each and every person can lead an active and enjoyable life. So these are, if we look at the graph here, so you can see here is the society from number 1 to number 5. At the same time, if integrating that or reflecting that on the IR, the first revolution, which is light industry mechanization, second revolution, industrial, heavy and chemical industry, Thus, the third is the computer internet automation. And IR 4.0, it's digital transformation, cyber physical, artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, and etc. So the Society 5.0 will integrate the cyberspace with physical space to enhance the collaboration, to enhance the integration. So Society 5.0 aims to contribute to the UN SDGs by addressing social challenges and enabling peaceful coexistence of machine and nature. So we have to think about integrating technology for the benefits of economy, society, and the environment. So promoting the idea of Society 5.0 for SDGs by advocating for the beneficial adopting of digital technologies to increase global prosperity. So I think this is what I wanted to share for today. So thank you so much, and terima kasih.
Okay, sama-sama Dr. Wissam. Okay, thank you very much for delivering such a valuable insight to us. It's a very insightful lesson. Okay, let's give big applause to our great speaker, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next session will be Q&A session. We have several questions already. Yeah, again, I will invite dear participants to ask questions. You can directly start your video and unmute your voice, your volume, or you can also send your question in the chat box. Okay, we have already several questions. The first question is from Mr. Rizky Ismail. As an academics, how we form a disaster resilient culture in our environment, social environment. Okay, you can directly reply to this question, Dr. Wissam.
Yes, so as an academic, how we form a disaster resilient culture in our social environment. I think as academician, we have a very good role and a very important role, because the basic thing about sustainability, we have to raise the awareness of everyone, because if we if you have experiences in the community, if you discuss with your peer colleagues or family members or with organizations, we still have a challenge of awareness. So we are not really aware about these challenges, the cost of these challenges. And so academician will have the role to raise the awareness first. This is at the basic level. And secondly, definitely, if you are a practitioner, whether you are from engineering, computer science, computer engineering, so we can adapt all our applications, all our products, all our services in the mentality of to be sustainable, to be environmental friendly. So at the knowledge side, as an academician, you can provide a service to, promoting that during class, promoting that to the community, to the organization at the community. And if you are a practitioner, if you develop products, if you develop services, when you design those products and services, you have to have that mindset. We have to think about economy, environment, and society. What is in that for each of these elements? So, and this is the difference between, different academic areas. So, in some contexts, like we think about automation because we want to get rid of people. We want to save money, right? So it's only we favoring economy, but we don't think about the impact on the society. Is that will create higher employment, will create more crimes, we will have more social tension. So we have to balance that. If we utilize the automation, the digitalization to produce a better services, a safer services, a better quality for the community, we get profits, but we are not creating problems, right? So the short answer is that we can contribute in terms of increasing knowledge. We can contribute in terms of adopting sustainability in our products, in our services. So this is the role of the academician.
Thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Wesam. Next question is from Emmanuel Ricky. Dr. Wesam, does the field of construction and civil engineering have an effect on climate change, and how to reduce the effect?
Yeah, definitely when we talk about civil engineering applications, the construction, we talk about materials, cement, concrete, aggregates, talking about pavements, bitumen, and all these stuff. So if you go back to the origin of these sources, from where we are getting these sources, the processing of the sources, the processes of creating concrete, of construction. So each process, we will have an impact on air.
Sorry, Dr. Wesam. I think we have a bad connection. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I think Dr. Wesam has an internet connection problem. So please kindly wait. Yeah, Dr. Wesam will connect with us again. So please, ladies and gentlemen, kindly wait in your meeting Zoom.
Hello?
Hello, Doctor. Okay, yeah.
Yes, sorry, I've been disconnected for a while. So just to wrap up the question, I was mentioning that we have to think about those materials, assessing the impacts, the environmental impacts, and if we can find replacement, a more green product. So now people start talking about green concrete, converting waste, the utilization of ash in the cement industry, replacement of aggregate by using the rubber, cram rubber, which is, utilizing the rubber. They utilize the waste as a replacement. And there is a lot of, even from not only the material, from the designing stage of these construction projects, the issue of energy, whether we are saving energy, we are wasting energy, the lighting, is it during the design, the opening of the windows, the ventilation. And this is, I think, it's very important in the context of Indonesia, because I think a higher demand, it's on air conditioning. So if we create, ventilation of these construction of these houses will be higher, so we reduce relying on air conditioning. If we have more opening, then we reduce the lighting, the relay of energy to have lighting system in the house. So that is the role of civil engineering in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, thank you for the answer again. Let's move to another question. It's from Faturaja Dharma. Okay. What are the challenges and opportunities in the 4.0 industrial revolution, especially for the field of civil engineering?
Yeah, now I think all the applications of IR 4.0 in every field. So, how to integrate the technological tools, the mechanization, the automation in terms of construction, in terms of planning of projects. So all these applications can be adopted and can be adapted to the civil engineering applications. Again, from the planning stage, the design phase, up to the construction phase. So yeah, definitely IR 4.0 can play a role in all these aspects. So now there is a lot of new techniques, new applications, which either making the process faster, make it more safer, getting like even in construction technology to kind of speed up the process of construction, to maintain a better quality in terms of design. And so all these digitalizations, all these mechanization tools can be adopted in civil engineering as well.
Yeah, thank you. Next question is from Hendra Suma. Based on exposure, pollution contributes to the biggest disaster in the world in general. What are the most effective mitigation measures taken by the government to reduce them?
In terms of disasters?
Yeah, pollution contributes to the biggest disaster in the world in general. So the question is, what are the most effective mitigation measures that government can take to reduce them?
Yeah, air pollution is a big challenge everywhere. So we have to identify what is the source of the pollution. Is this from industry mainly, from traffic emissions? So if we identify that, then we have to produce the policies, the strategies to mitigate that. So if it is like an Indonesian scenario, I think traffic is a big issue. So what people are doing, like in other countries, to reduce the emissions. So we have to reduce the relay on private cars and to increase the public transport, buses, trains, all these mass transit, so that we reduce the number of cars. That will reflect on the level of pollution. For industries, we have to adopt these strategies of assessing the environmental impacts before we start any new industry. And if there is the existing industries which pollute the environment, we have to impose these policies of controlling the pollution. We have to ask them to install these mechanisms, filters, to purify air before it being released to the atmosphere. And there are some challenges like the issues of forest fires, burning the agriculture waste. So these practices need to be controlled. And then we have to, coordinate all these activities with a good coordination, with good plans. I think if we work on these sources, definitely we will reduce. Some of these issues will cause just, implementation of policies and follow-up monitoring. Some of these, like when we talk about public transport, it need investment, right? And the issue is that why I reflect all these challenges in the economy, so that we know, like it's when we invest to reduce the pollution, it's not a loss, because if we don't pay for infrastructure, we will pay that for health. People will get more sick. The government need to provide the treatment in the hospital. Will need to build new hospitals, new beds, more treatment. People will lose, and the country will lose the productivity of those sick or people who died. So we have to balance economy with environment. If we invest, that investment, it's called investment. This is an investment for the future. We improve the living of people, and we save also the environment. We save the economy, right? So this is some of the things that we can adopt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sam, for the answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session. So we would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Sam, for giving us valuable lesson, insightful materials. Okay, as a token of appreciation.
Thank you so much. Just wanted here to thank you again, and because I think the first question was how we can contribute in terms of academician. So I just wanted to share here that I launched an initiative last 2 years about promotion of sustainability. It's called the Global Ambassadors of Sustainability. So this community now is 13,000 members from 130 countries, and I would like to invite you to join this initiative. I'll post the details here in the chat box, and you are very welcome to join the initiative and be part of the activities. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wissam, for sharing this information. We would like to share this information again to our conference group, just in case people will see it later. Okay.
Yes, you are very welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wissam. Okay, as a token of appreciation, we would like to present you a certificate for this keynote speaker section. We will send the certificate later to your email. Once more, thank you very much, Dr. Wissam. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause to our great speaker. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Doctor. Yeah, that's all for our second section. After this one, we will have another section. So for this one, thank you very much, Dr. Wissam. See you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and see you again in the near future, Dr. Wissam.
Assalamualaikum.
Check. Okay, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there is a technical problem. Okay, welcome back again to the Zoom meeting. This is our third keynote speaker section. Together with us, we have our great speaker. He is Dr. Science Didi Darwis. He is an assistant professor of computer science at Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. He is also Vice Dean of Academic Affairs of Faculty of Engineering and Computer Sciences, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. He was graduated from Universitas Lampung in 2021, and he has published several papers, articles in reputable journals and also conferences. He has also published two books. The first book is Professional Secretary, and the last book is Skilled in Making Financial Reports Using Spreadsheet. Also, he has received research grant from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in Indonesia. Also, yeah, it's 5 research grants and 5 community services grants. So yeah, he has so many research grants. So without further ado, let's start our next keynote speaker section with Dr. Dedi Darwis. So Dr. Dedi, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So for your section, you will have 45 minutes of section, 30 minutes of presentation, and 15 minutes of discussion or Q&A session. So Dr. Dedi, you are pleased to start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aldino. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I introduce myself, Dedi Darwis from Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Universitas Teknokrat, Indonesia. This presentation entitled Application of the Center Embedded Pixel Positioning Method for Robustness Steganography in International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICICS 2022. Next. Okay, the first, what is steganography? Steganography is the science and art of hiding message into certain media. Steganography is a technical art on how to hide message into other media, such as image, text, audio, and video that are all known as the steganographic cover. Next. The algorithm reliability determines the image quality resulting from steganography in the embedding and extraction process. There are two primary methods to test the image quality. The first, fidelity. Fidelity, the ability to accurately process the image with no visual distortion, no information lost by calculating the peak signal to noise ratio or PSNR. The second, robustness. What is robustness? The stego analysis attack or image manipulation attacking the stego image with image processing such as crop, blur, noise, rotate, and the other. Next. Image lacks the ability to preserve information when a stego analysis attack occurs, leading robustness as the main concern in steganography. Cropping is a type of the image manipulation that will effectively distort the value of image pixel, causing the hidden message in a stego image corrupted. The crop manipulation is effective since secret images are generally stored in a stego image at the very last bit of the image located in the top left corner, which can be copied easily. The solution of it is to use a new method, Center Embedded Pixel Positioning or CEPP. Next. Robustness manipulation is one of the problems in image steganography because, in general, images embedded with message are not resistant to this attack or message will be damaged when extract after manipulation robustness. Example, robustness attack, cropping, and then resize image, and then rotate image, and Gaussian blur. Next. Steganographic aspect. The principle of image steganography is that the quality of the cover image does not show any change after inserting a message. The smaller the change in image pixel, the better steganography principle can be fulfilled. Next. Research purpose, developing the steganography method and apply the new center embedded pixel positioning or CEPP method to solve the cropping problem in stego image. What is center embedded pixel positioning? This work developed a technique to insert secret image sequentially by embedding the message image in the form of bits into the center position of cover image by calculating the length and width of the image. The method is named center embedded pixel positioning, since the hidden message is embedded at the center of the cover image by developing how the pixel sequential works. Next. The R2Y of inserting message via steganographic pixel, random pixel, and sequential pixel. This is research was developed using message insertion in a sequential Y, that is the message image in the form of bits embedded in the middle position of the cover image by calculating the length and width of the cover image used. Next. PNG image is utilized as the hidden message that will be embedded into the cover image in the same format. Include cover image, and then include message image, and then define the message container, and then message inserting process, and click stego image, stego key, and stego image. Next, include the cover image. In this step, the algorithm scan the number of column of the cover image. If the number of column A modulus X, then is the number of shifting needed to put the initial point of the message container area. Include message image. The size of the secret image must be small than the cover image. In this proposed algorithm, we implement the secret image which size do not exceed 110 pixel. The reason for using 110 pixel is due to the quality of the stego image. In this step, pixel value is converted to binary and then change the last bit of the image to be 0 using LSB or least significant bit. Next. Define the message container area. This process is at the heart of the approach to the proposed method. The first step carried out was to change the pixel value of the message image into a list form, then validates the width and height of the cover image so that it is divisible by 8. Afterward, determine the coordinate to insert the message called the container. Next. Calculation on how to determine the container coordinate provide in this is formula where XS container with start point, XE container with endpoint, YS container height start point, YE container height endpoint, W cover image weight, and H cover image height. Next. Okay, this is image. This is an illustration of the process of embedding message through defined container. The message will be placed in the middle of the cover image. Next. Okay, and then this process start by change the pixel value of the cover image into binary, and then change all the last bits of the cover image into 1 using LSB, least significant bit. This change is needed to discriminate message container area and other area. Since the image is in RGB, then this procedure should be done for each channel, red, green, and blue. The process will take longer if the color of the cover image is very diverse. Next. Okay, and then the next process, create a stego key. Stego key is used to extract the secret image. In this purpose algorithm, the stego key is determined by counting the weight and height of the secret message. Moreover, the stego key also used to validate the size of message container area. Next. Okay, this is process message extraction method. After the hidden message is successfully embedded in the image, the message will be sent to the recipient who extract the message. This is process message extraction method. The first include stego image and then find the message container area and extracting message image and then message image. Next. Okay, embedded message testing. Test result in the embedded process determine the success rate of the program. Several PNG formatted images are used as the cover image with all RGB as presented. This is a cover image using a testing algorithm. Paper PNG, Lena PNG, Nature PNG, Cat PNG, Red PNG, Green PNG, and Blue PNG. Okay, next. Okay, this is illustration extraction message testing. To start the message extraction process, the program will need a stego key. Stego key is responsible for matching the original message image size and the size of the message image in the message container area. The method proposed in this algorithm is that during the message insertion process, the final bits in the message container area are assigned to 1, while in area outside the container, the bits are assigned to 0. For each side of the rectangular area, bits are also assigned to 1 as a boundary. Determining the boundary area is necessary so that the algorithm can read the coordinate of the message container area during the message extraction process and then adjust it to the message length and width based on the previously entered stego key. Next. Okay, this is table result testing, robustness test. A robustness test is conducted to observe whether the stego image can resist image processing, specifically cropping, attack and extract the secret message. In the first test, we symmetrically crop the stego image in several directions with the result presented in a table. According to the test result, the stego image can be cropped symmetrically from all 4 direction, but with limitation. For the left, right, and upper side, we can crop the stego image at a maximum of 25%. Otherwise, the message cannot be extracted. The extraction process will fail due to the embedding process that takes quarter of the image length or width as the message container area boundary, making the image resistant only 25% of the overall image. Cropping from the lower side so that the message can still be extracted almost 70%. From this side, only one empirical case. In determining the starting point for the message container boundary, it does not include the lower side of the image. Therefore, the extraction process will only fail if we crop the lower side by more than 70. Next. Robustness test. The next observation is by asymmetrically cropping the stego image. In this test, the stego image is cropped from several sides with different cropping percentage range from 5 to 50%. The cropping process is done sequentially from left, right, up, and bottom. Suppose the stego image is firstly cropped from the left as much as 5%. The resulting image is then cropped back from the right side for about 10%, and so on. Best result of the asymmetrically cropping on stego image are presented in table. Asymmetrically cropping the stego image was carried out 15 times with the result available in table. Test results show that asymmetrical cropping can form effectively only if the image is cropped one to side. From table, we can see that test case number 1, 2, 5, 9, 8, 10, 11, and 12 are only cropped on two sides. Thus, message can be extract successful. However, when the cropping attack is performed on more than two sides, such as in test case number 3, 4, and 7, the extraction process will fail. The message container are damaged when the thread cropping is conducted on a different side. Result of observation on the case number 10, 11, and 12 prove that the message can still be extracted if the maximum cropping are at the bottom is 45% and 25% from either left, right, or top. Meanwhile, test case number 13, 14, and 15 fail to extract signs the total cropping area are greater than 70%. Next. Okay, conclusion. Based on the discussion, the CAPP algorithm saw a remarkable result and image steganography proved by its success in the embedding and message extraction process. The stego images generated using the CAPP algorithm are considered very good and inducted by the MSE and PSNR value. The image can also be received through the human visual system, so by the imperceptibility test result. CAPP algorithm can resist cropping attack symmetrically from the left, right, and top of a maximum of 25%, while performing better of the bottom with a resistance limit of more than 70%. This proposed algorithm can also resist asymmetric cropping attack, provided as long as it is only performed one to side with a total cropping percentage not more than 25%. All results are based on empirical data. Next. Okay, finish. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Bapak Dedi, for giving us insight about steganography. So how can we use steganography to secure image or to send hidden messages via images, and also several algorithms that we can use in steganography. Okay, next I will open Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, you can just directly ask. Turn on your cam and ask your questions by mentioning your name, affiliation, and answer your question. Or you can also type your question in the chat box. Okay, we already have several questions in the chat box. The first question is from Kadli Jafar. How to overcome other robustness problems such as Gaussian blur, rotate, and resize images? Okay, Dr. Dedi, you are pleased to answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aldino. One of the steganographic method development that we are working on is steganography on image metadata. You know, metadata. This method is an attempt to overcome or robustness manipulation attack such as Gaussian blur and resize the image or rotate the image and other robustness. The way this method works is to insert message into the image metadata so that the pixel in the image do not change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dedi, for the answer. Let's move to another question from Ahmad Jayadi. What are the disadvantages of the center embedded pixel positioning method?
Okay, thank you. This is question Mr. Jayadi. What are the disadvantage of the center embedded pixel positioning? The developed CEPP method can only defend against cropping attacks. Because cropping is one of the most common image manipulation. The CEPP method has not been able to withstand other robustness manipulation attack such as Gaussian blur, image rotate, and image resize. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dedi. Next question is from Emmanuel Ricky. How to increase the PSNR value in the CEPP method?
Okay, good question. Thank you for question. How to increase the PSNR value in the CEPP method? The PSNR value can be increased by reducing change in the cover image pixel. Too many change to the cover image will cause the image quality to decrease. One way to reduce change in pixel value is to compress the message before inserting it into the cover image. Method in compress for human, human and other method. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak Dedi. Next question is from Denny. I'm sorry, it's from Dandi. Yeah, can the messages inserted in the form of other media, such as text, video, or other documents, be used in implementing the CEPP method?
Okay, thank you. Is question, apart from inserting message in the form of picture, the CEPP method can also insert message in the form of text or character. But for the video has not been tested. Message in the form of video require a cover image with a large size, then the message to be inserted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the answer, Bapak Dedi. Is there any more question, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, yeah, I think there is no more question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our session. This is the last session for keynote speaker section. So let's please give big applause to our keynote speaker, Dr. Science Dedi Darus. Thank you, Bapak Dr. Dedi. As a token of appreciation, we would like to present a certificate of the speaker to Bapak Dr. Dedi. Here's the certificate. Yeah, we will send the certificate to your email letter. Okay, once more, thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Dedi Darwis.
Thank you, Mr. Aldino.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, this is the last session of keynote speaker section. After this, you will have parallel session that will be the information will be delivered by the MC. So yeah, that's all for keynote speaker sections. I'm sorry if I have something wrong to say in my moderation section. And on behalf of the committee, yeah, I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this conference, International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICECS, December 13th to 2022. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to MC.
Welcome back again to the main room. Thanks to Mr. Aldino for moderating the keynote and plenary sessions. And for your information, this year we have a theme, the use of innovative technology in accelerating problem sustainable development. And this morning we have 3 plenary sessions, which is plenary session from Dr. Asrani Aizuddin Abdul Rahni of University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and then followed by Dr. Wesam Almadun of Gaza University. And last but not least, Dr. Science Dedi Darwis of Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close this international conference on engineering and computer science, ICECS 2022, please fill the attendance list, which is we provide in the chat box. We will wait a few minutes for you to fill the attendance list. And one more time, we like to inform all of you to get into the chat box and then get the link for your attendance list. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of our keynotes and plenary sessions. After this, we're going to have break before we open the parallel sessions. The parallel sessions will be held on 1 p.m. Indonesian time. So for all presenter, please to join again in Zoom meeting. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon.
Ya Bapak Ibu moderator jam 12.
Sudah ada lagi. Masih deh.
Where we take this road, someone's got to go. And
mereka cuy.
Udah tadi udah dibikin.
Oh, sama Rido tukeran aja. 1 sama 2-nya ditukar urutannya. Terus. Geser aja. Ini kan nanti di bagian terakhir kan kamu di teks saya kan ada ini. Nah, nanti jadi pas saya ngomongin apa announce for your information ini di share sama ini di copy ke grup apa chatnya, chat boxnya.
Udah ada orang belum?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are joined again in International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICCS 2022. Now we are in parallel sessions. In these sessions, all presenters will join into the 4 breakout room, and the committee divided all presenters into the room. I will inform you to make sure that you are using the name format correctly. You can use the name format with room number and name. For example, 001 underscore Novia Utami. Make sure again that you are entered in the correct room. And now we start plenary sessions. For the committee, be ready to break out the room. Gentlemen, let me remind you to make sure that you are using the name format correctly. You can use the name format with room number and name. For example, room 001 underscore Novia Utami. Make sure again that you are entered in the correct room.
3:45 lah. Oh ya udah 3:4 aja berarti. Kenapa? Tanyanya? Iya tanya sih. Boleh.
Kamu jogging,
Kita
nanti ada
setting.
pertanyaan. Kamu
Harus ngomong ke kamera?
enggak. Kirim
Kayak-
chat aja.
Iya.
Chat aja deh.
Oh, oke. Pertanyaannya nih, aku nggak ada penonton ini. Jam berapa aku nanya di
Nanti.
Pas aku presentasi.
Selesai dia.
Pas dia aku WA aku tuh.
Masuk
Siapa
semuanya.
ini yang moderatornya?
Yang lagi bebas.
Ya, apa ya? Lu tahu sandi gua nggak sih? Gue lupa sandi spot gua.
Lainnya bisa kan, Mas? Konsepnya. Nggak mau muncul lagi sih. Muncul nggak? Kok nggak muncul lagi?
Coba ini. Di sini ada.
Thanks.
Trial. 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 Trial.
Trial. Trial. Trial. Trial. Trial. Trial. trial, 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 trial,
trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial,
Trial. 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 Trial.
trial, 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 trial,
Sabar Pak, tenang. trial, 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 trial,
trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial, trial,
Trial. 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 trial, 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 Trial. 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 trial, 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 Trial. 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 trial, 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 trial,
Pak Deddy kali. Tadi ini sih. Kalau udah nggak ada lagi nih. Bete kali dia orang masuk dulu yang tadi.
Trial. Trial.
Kaki lu kaki gajah.
Trial.
Lu.
Trial.
Ya, turun banget bapak. Ingat maksud gue lu mau tinggal di bapak lah mana lihat foto foto keluarga lu
Trial.
gila foto
Trial.
ini terus ke kanan dan
Trial.
siapa ini ya?
Trial.
Kok nggak dikirim tapi
Trial.
kok aku nggak di WA
Trial. 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 Trial.
Apa sih, Pak?
Okay, welcome back again to the main room. And obviously, that was the parallel session and going to be the last sessions of the International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICECS 2022. Okay, all. Now we will announce the best presenter. They are selected from each field at the International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science 2022. And the best paper of the International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICECS 2022, from the field Civil Engineering is given to Mr. Fazli Amri Muhammad with title Mangrove Vulnerability Model of Langkawi using Geospatial Method. Give applause to Mr. Fazli Amri Muhammad. Okay, the best presenter from the field of electrical engineering is given to Ms. Rahmi Aprilia with title Design and Construction of Water Levels Monitoring Equipment, a hydropower dam based on Internet of Things, case study Waibesai Hydropower Plant in West Lampung. Give applause to Mrs. Rahmi Aprilia. And the best presenter from the field of informatics is given to Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Habibi with title Innovative Way to Support Data Processing Using the Geospatial Data Science. Give applause to Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Habibi. Okay, congratulations for all the best presenters in this International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICCS 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close the International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICCS 2022, let me give you an announcement. First is please submit your full paper before 20 December 22 in link below and https://index.ac.id/index.php/ICCS. And then you can download the template paper in this ICS website. For the publications, the selected paper for AIP publication will be announced on 23rd January 2023. For the publication fee is for lecturer or researcher is $160 and for student is $130. To the certificates, the certificates will be delivered through email up to 20th December 2022. And further information will be announced via email and WhatsApp group. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICCS 2022. Thank you for all speakers, presenters, lecturers, and all audience that join in this occasion. And see you again on the second International Conference on Engineering and Computer Science, ICECS 2023. Good afternoon.